Let's just go ahead and dive right in. Background. Please let me know if this is loud. Welcome back, everyone. This is your friendly gaming dad here. Another stream. It's Archipelago Raid. Raid of the year. I apologize. I did not videos out in the last couple of time with my. So please forgive me. I was just trying to enjoy some time. That being said, let's start off today by going over matchmaking. Looking at our matchmaking ourselves, we are in G4, which honestly, considering G3, 2, and 1 are the ones that are hand-picked. Archipelago Raid, I'm happy to be top of algorithm. And to be honest, I like where we're competitive for us to be sure. Down in Azure League, that's we have a choice of, as opposed to an or Raid Legion being stuck with working their sides if they want to be able to compete. So we have some big names in here. 9 pods, we 5 before. How we talked about them during Dark Seal just ago. LXST have X War. I'm happy to see. It's sad that we probably won't be on the same side. Little Burn, if you're seeing this, best of luck to you. We also have PHX. Some other names in here that I haven't seen as Stud, MRR dot, Road. If I'm not mentioning your alliance names, I apologize. But I'm honestly looking forward to this Archipelago Raid. I'm sad that I'm still sitting on a bunch of resources for the next top command, but beggars can't be choosers. Let's take a look at the top 3 Gs though. We have in the top Gs, Golden Legion with ROK, SLGS and Low, Jade Legion with LAS, Syndicate and WTO, Azure Legion with OXO, Main, and Crimson Legion with AOW, Spec, and LM4S. I'm sorry, why is ROK in a G all by itself? Don't get me wrong, there's some other big names in here. AOW, LAS, Mink has been for himself, and so is Syndicate. And I've seen OXO and Spec a few times, as well as LM4S, but they aren't on ROK's. We saw what ROK could do in the last Archipelago Raid, pushing against DHX. So, trying to figure out what the matchmaking was going on. Don't like this one bit. Then, on down, we have G2 with R4W, UA29, and DHX. Have HMB, Buck, DevB, followed by Fine, God W and Soar, as well as Encrypt, PW, Shot, and Z6G. Let's go. Azure Legion got screwed. I mean, I imagine Soar is fairly powerful. 250 up here, there's a reason for it. Maybe there's something about this one. Actually, let's go ahead and take a look, because we can get a good idea of Azure Legion power. That's 16. Golden Legion power 6. Tried to even out the numbers a little bit at the very least. This is 3 alliances that are fairly even, as a 1 alliance carrying 2. But at the same time, we know what the 1 alliance is in all 3 of these. We know what they can do. So seeing this already just feels like Azure got slighted. So hopefully this will be an interesting one between the others, and maybe Azure Legion provide some support to whoever they end up with. That one will watch. And to round out the top three, we have Golden Legion with Boone, LSS1, and Axe. Jade Legion, If Lion, G7D. Azure Legion, Jess, FX3, and ZDC. And Crimson Legion, SKNG, ROA, Lost, and New D. Granted, they gave them one less alliance to work with. It's still Boone. Boone is still a top 5 alliance. And I don't see other alliances. It's just like with G1. Again, I'm missing. Starting with Crimson, we have 16 billion with. Have Jade Legion with 254. We have Azure Legion. And then we have Golden with 834. I apologize. Whoever got put in here. Except for, I apologize to everyone except LSS1 and Axe, of course. But the game needs to understand that 2 4 billion alliances do not stand up to an 8 billion alliance. They want. On paper, I'm sure it looks good. Not true. It's just not. The other 3 legions needed at least 2 billion more power to cover this gap. The sheer number of troops that Boone could put on the field, it's unfair. So, already starting off on a bad foot. Developers we really need to stop dropping the ball on that one. I know you want to get it out there because on paper it looks good, but that's just garbage. Just garbage matchmaking top 3. If you would like your Archipelago analyzed, see how well it could possibly do, please feel free to message me in the chat. I'm more than happy to go over that for you. Sure. Oh, sorry, Ian King. Because you reached out to me on Discord, let's go ahead and take a look at yours. You said your region was G36, so let's take a look. Please scroll properly. Let's go ahead and take a look. G36 has 1222 2 to 1.5. Yes, I am rounding numbers. 2 to 1.5 2. 2 to 2.32. So Golden Legion and Jade Legion do have a slight advantage as far as power is concerned here. But we all know that that's just on paper. So hopefully that this matchup is fairly even for you all involved. And that, let's here we go. You, Janice, actually reached out to me answering a couple of questions. Let's see. I had another idea that videos packing a shelter. Big favor to the shelter. John, here, I'll come back to you. John, why do you say G20 strange? What is it? We have Golden Legion AOA, I recognize. IR45 WGP, good. Jade Legion Pros, UMA, and DLPS. Azure Legion, Sky 7. Next, Real Finn. Crimson Legion, Rise 2, 147A, Ren, and Attack. They're both all about 10 power, should be really good. That Jade can't decide what they want to do, that Azure hasn't done. So we might have an interesting fight here between Crimson and Jade, depending on where they want to go, and it looks like they are going to. But since Azure isn't doing anything, but they have the power to do it, so it's curious as to why they're not trying. Not really. Are they building any? Okay, they are building some, but slow building. Then you have we'll take a look at that. 5 and good, bad, not bad. Crimson, no 3 billion alliances, a couple of 2.7s. That on the what makes you say that Jade is very strong? There. Ah. Wait a minute. I know you. Okay. I know these. I know the alliances. Yeah. They're pulling members from. It looks as if Jade pulled members from other regions to play in this one. Yeah, it looks like Jade does have some heavy hitters, but the overall power is... So, yeah, this is just another example of, on paper, being even, but in practice. Yeah, 3 alliances in here are very powerful. I don't blame you for thinking that. It's merely due to the amount of T6 troops, T6 players that they have available to. It makes a huge difference, but if you can act quickly, you can work against it. It looks as if Azure is going to try and make sure that... Honestly, Azure should be building this way. Unless Jade wants to try and take both. But it looks like Jade is dead set on coming up here. Yeah, I figured as much, because that's the standard amount of power that players would have in this level of alliance. I want to check the 3 billion person, the 3 billion power team over here. Yeah, this is just numbers. Couple of 100,000 people. That's going to be rough on everyone up against Jade. So if you're Azure or Crimson, I would be trying to work Jade, not against them. That being said, let's get back to... attacking a shelter is 100% a big favor to the shelter. I believe the attacker takes, if you have the talent for it in Siege, takes 90% deaths. So, cool. I'll be able to submit these for the creator event. I can check it. See, deaths are it's primarily deaths on the side of the attacker of any shelter. Getting a foolish hospital and favorable trades on current events, you get most of the dead troops back. Yes, okay, I understand. I make sure I don't. No, Hugh. The simplest answer to your question is there is no point at which the attacker doesn't have an advantage if they can win the fight. Because of how the aid station works, especially in Dark Seal. Because the death rescue rate is so high. Because the death rescue rate is so high in Dark Seal, up to 90%. Because you can get that extra 5 on top of this. It's almost better to lose your troops in shelter attacks than it is to take damage from... to take the damage, if that makes sense. I wasn't... Anyways... It's almost better to go for the attacks. If you have a chance to win a shelter battle, take it. Because you're going to get 90% of the troops that die back. You barely get lightly wounded troops, at least with how your composition should be going. You shouldn't be doing too much healing on offense. I don't get why Thunder keep getting put in rallies for that reason. But a lot of the troop combos you should be using for Siege don't involve a lot of healing. They're mitigating damage. That means less dead troops for your side in the end. And once Monday rolls around, aid station will bring them all back. And with Archipelago Raid, you'll get those aid station troops back on the 3rd day, or after the 3rd day, because, well, they want to make sure everyone has fun. You... Here we go. If you're running it with Lewis, I'd say Tom is better. Because if you don't have Thunder Awakened, you don't have the increased damage for yourself and nearby ally. It means you're not boosting Lewis's skill damage by 100%. That being said, you want a little bit more survivability. Can everyone hear the background music? Because I wanted to make sure I actually had some sound this time around, and I picked some nostalgic music to me. If you all aren't old enough to know where this is coming from, just remind me how old I am. Just making. Yeah, you can launch as many counter rallies on a rally as there are alliances. Rally limit only applies to towers at, well, most of the garrisons in the game right now. Hey Aubrey, good to see you again. Already up to 10 people watching the show. Wonderful, glad to have you all. I will go ahead and admit, I wasn't around for the Monday after Darkseal, so that was entirely my fault. My hospital is still full from last. So yeah, I will be spectating this time around, which honestly works out in my favor because infantry. We have a new event coming. Dump everything. Top Commander's infantry next week for us, and I'm throwing everything at everything. Everything. So let's get my class in Archipelago Raid. Already take that stuff. Golden kind of, but we're going to be item 2. It's like everyone in this Archipelago Raid as far as so happy. Hopefully be participant. Just to me. But so please, now that we're getting more people in here, if you have some action going on in your, please feel free. Again. said, go take a look at how the archipelago actually. Have go crazy. Crimson's building to the west, south, Azure, and Jade is building north after changing directions. No one's really building that fast, but then again, the top Gs are going to have that issue because they gather forces. Lack of Jade not doing kind of, and Azure is like they may be heading south now that they decided what they're. That leaves Crimson head to the. Next week. 3. Don't imagine they're going to be here. Kind of up to what happens. Crimson is building quick, heading to the. Golden is moving south. You have Azure who. Jade who is south. Oh, here. Tabs on. Keeping tabs on G3. Azure against each other. Bad. Well, in order to participate, I can just kill off my troops. I'm gonna need. Turf event. Hey Mohammed, how are you doing today? Actually, still a couple more. Hey Gavin, good to see you. How are you doing today? That stuff. That's my favorite button. That has to be my favorite button. I love having this button. Fortunately, I missed my first AR of the year as I migrated to a region for rest. Completely understand that. If you're waiting on infantry TC, then that'll be coming up next week for a lot of the new regions. Be able to pick up on that before heading into your next Archipelago Raid. hopefully, once that time comes around, or start. That's all. Oh, nice. Oh, so you're in a... Oh, you're in a different... Oh, they haven't lined up yet. So prepare for either a very quick turnover for top commander, or a very long turnover. Because I know the game developers stated they were going to get everybody on the same schedule. I don't know if that's just saying, hey, it's going to be rider, ranged, infantry, or whatever the case may be, and just have whatever week works best for the region, or all the regions are going to be on the same time frame. Keep in mind that could happen. I'm happy to help. If you or anyone else want to ask more questions of me, and I love helping people enjoy the game. That simple. We don't. I don't know if we have any set islands, set allies, but the way it's set up right now, it looks as if we're going to be paired with Golden. Works out in our favor. We've been against pods before, and we've been with pods. I would much rather be with pods. Pods was an alliance that we worked with during the last island raid that we had in the 2v4 situation, and they held their own really well. So happy to be working with them. I know I've seen M49 before. I don't remember TH45 or TBF, to be perfectly honest, but hopefully they're not building too quick right now. I think they may have just been holding off to see where everybody goes, which is a perfectly viable strategy. If you know for example, if you know Crimson's going that way, go for this 6 unopposed and wait and decide what you're gonna do. You're involved. I'm not excited that I'm going against Hal in this. Oh, so the time difference is really different for you. Hope it's not too rough to... Well, it's probably early morning for you all there, Ahmed. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. I am back. And okay, that's not that bad. So you actually pretty much just follow the UTC time, just 12-hour difference. That's a pretty nice way of looking at things. Stewie Griffin. Across the middle. Trying to decide what he's gonna. Okay. Let's go take a look at Azure and Jade were same direction. Gotta stop. Oh, favorite TV series, shows of all time. I'm actually a very big anime nerd. So if I was going to pick my favorite show, honestly, my wall of anime posters I have set up behind my computer setup, would be either Full Metal Alchemist or Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. However, my comfort show, which is just something I can eat, fall asleep, that isn't too abrasive on the ears, is How I Met Your Mother. I can put that on in the background and fall asleep, but without issue. You redline, I know. Yep, Jade is definitely, and Azure we will catch this. That could. I saw the red first. Oh. Scouting. Direction? Oh. Scouting. Of course, it's Cap. Cap was in. Oh. You would have been with us. Can't really say how well that would have gone for you. You just know that this is honestly, I can't complain about this matchmaking. Oh, 100 series, I haven't seen that yet. How that is. TNTN for. He did. But where is he causing problems? Get to watch Captain Tony come down. I see him. Now, if you want to see someone who's not scared to fight, hasn't been scared to fight since the very beginning of this game, watch it right here. Get them. They're already backing off. Not the kind of smoke I want. Come on, you got Anne Marie. Awful. Really waiting on your last troop. He's just gonna. Oh, he's just gonna. Face. Oh, I'm an idiot. 71. Their best bet is to sit right here. And Marie is off. Gohan's back out. Yeah, there's definitely a vast difference. What Captain Tony, most other people's power can. Fine, can't catch them all. Guy. What are your thoughts? HMB are okay. Happens on in battle. Like if they were stuck in Dark Seal together, it depends. HMB's roster has been changing up quite a bit. And with their ultimatum over the creation event, it's hard to say which players that they had, but I think HMB are okay with both of their full strength. I think HMB takes that one. Not by much, but they take it. But But that is assuming that the players um, that are going on this ultimatum that have shifted to other alliances come back to HMB where they started. Current HNB versus ROK, I think ROK edges out. Dud. He's got the hate having so much saved up. Happy to have a couple more with the new, well, not Robert. After this top command finishes up, definitely helps that he's let I dump him out, pump the rest in. Eddie. Am viable for my arena team. Awesome region 56. Why do I reckon? Let's take a look. Sure. Lock. Oh, blood cats. Where's the... I have a couple... I don't see a lot of old power. Oh, you have a couple. There's some people in here that are around my power that want a safe place to be. They came down here. Block with you. So there's cohesion between the main alliances in the center, which is always good to have. Continental Alliance and power. But kind of like pick up a lot. Fine. Perfectly fine to have. This is a great growing region. The two strongest alliances have space around the level 5 on defending it with Dark Seal. No, honestly, this isn't a bad one. I imagine start seeing a little bit more of block in the region versus region events. love the focus on friendship. There's not... I really like that there isn't overwhelming power. You have a couple of really strong players, but there's nothing extremely strong. There's no 200-300 million might players sitting down here ruining things for everyone else. Definitely love that. Okay, sorry, I saw ROK and I'm like, oh boy. I do hate that I do that. Once regions have been established, it's hard for me to look past the center area, because I know all of these little alliances out here exist. But even in our own region, here in 164, I do the same thing. I don't look past region, the third zone. Just, that's where everyone I know is. So it kind of just feels like yeah, we're kind of sitting on top of everything, forgetting about all of the rest of the world. So I apologize for the mentality. That being said, back to Captain Tony. Okay, Captain Tony is, yeah, just ripping through. So left a lead. Yeah, Captain knows what he's. Next target is Tom, because having that out on the field is just rough. And as soon as he saw Julia hit the field, nope. Tony knows what he's doing. Not the kind to make his marches. There's a couple that I disagree. But he's not going to hit the infantry marches for everything yet. Not going to allow debuff marches to stay on the field. Bringing out 2 marches. It's Chun again. Around, but he's Lee. Immediately, as soon as he saw Lee, getting swarmed. Originally from Region 6, what to do. Okay, he's focusing violence out of the way. In Captain Tony's case, it's detrimental for him to actually pull back. Because he's so far away from home. To march all the way back would just take forever. You get such a speed boost from troops being dead, it's just better for him to leave them out. Now, So-On, not pulling his troops back once they get to yellow, ridiculous. Oh, we've got some morale built up. They're going to take him out now, but watch. His troops are still going to move, pick apart the weakest targets they can find. Like, as Elvis, he was going to hit Elvis's. Yeah, he sees in LA, he's going to remove the one that he sees as kill. Now that he sees that NTLA is weak, target his troops next. I got to admit, yeah, So1 not pulling his troops back was ridiculous. None of these guys are, well, except Elvis, has been pulling back their troops when they. Yep, sees LA Mask. Next target. Yeah, he's trying to kill that LA Mask. I would have chosen to hit the lead here first, but having that from Bella out on the field, completely understand. And he's shifting back to Elvis, knowing Elvis faster than he can go on. And he's still got his 2 main infantry marches sitting on the not taking significant damage. Thunder Bianca is in a march, it sits on the field for such a long time. Adding Eddie to Dut, a Dut from formed in any significant manner effectively. Now, she doesn't have the greatest defenses, but she can damage. Oh, it should be. It very well should be. But So1 isn't hitting target. So1 wasn't hitting targets as he should have been. Captain Tony finally gonna get sent home. Finally. 71. A couple of people out here, but with his troops dead, now take a couple of minutes. As soon as those troops get out, he'll bring 5 more and start marching back. On that note, while we are general area, still building. Boone is already down here. And gathering. Lion's got a couple. Catch angry. Hey Jay, how are you doing? Well, your morning, my evening. Angry Cat appears to be even. Elaine asked. Oh. Stop him tracks by taking. So there's not really a fight in G. Kind of watching that chase. There will be a fight in again shortly. Okay. You did man. Oh, sorry. Surely they're not trying to move. Captain Tony, G, go take a look at that real quick. Honestly, I don't see Boone losing it. And look at something. That one was odd for me. Boone has pretty much decided what they're going to do. Boone from Golden Legion not going to allow Azure Legion they marched from all the way over here to ensure that Azure didn't progress this way. I don't know what the end goal is there. If they just have some beef with Azure Legion at all. But if Boone can march from across the map and hold down an entire Legion direction, and this is just 2 players, I don't see them losing regardless of what team. Yeah, that was, I believe I went over that already. Boone, Golden Legion is with only 3 alliances. However, they believed on paper that 2 4 billion power alliances, 8 billion. That's not how it works. It's not. Going back. There's Captain Tony. Sitting outside of PKG Team Master. Have it. Gotta say. Captain Tony. Destroy these people. Gather. I miss Kret too. Miss a lot of my Region 6. I made a mistake! Using this as bait. The rest back after you made a mistake. Park some hop through. Sorry, I'm trying my damn come along. Music brings me back to simpler. Hey JB, how you doing? Rallying a tower, counter rally. But yeah, if you haven't seen that Lewis tactic yet, I don't know if I've made a about it or not. Anytime you see Lewis on the field in a rally or garrison situation, cheesing AoE effective strategy. Sending single troop marches to his AoE space guarantee that parts of his AoE will have to hit those single troop marches, which reduces the overall damage done to each of them by 15%. If you can get 4 marches to his AoE at a time, then you can reduce it from 12,000 skill damage down to 4,800. Which is a significant drop in power. Yes, you still have to deal with his insanely powerful rage generation and whoever he happens to be paired with, which is why Julia tends to be a really good match for him, because you're still getting his rage generation for her silence. But if you're wanting to just weaken Lewis as a whole, really good to just sing single troop marches. Marching through power. Because it's a person from a different alliance, the game doesn't recognize that. Let's see if G3 is active. Gathering. Boone not letting them. Finally cheat Boone away. Finally. Get ready. Managed to fill it by bring people. I'll have to do after. We have built towers to here. What next, oh wise and powerful leaders? Just so everyone knows this debuff, there are multiple levels to the encumbered debuff when carrying Alliance building material. If you're carrying any at all, you have a damage increase of 20%. No speed loss. Well, you have a 10% speed reduction. That's the big thing. They can catch up to you, but they also hit you hard. At 10, it's up to 50. At 100, it's 30 and 80. At 1,000, it's 70 and 150. Meaning they're dealing over double damage. You're carrying over 1,000. This is, remember, this is for bragging right. I can't think of any other reason why you would be carrying this. Honestly, under this, it's best. That way you can actually have multiple squads carry less than 100 to avoid running into the problem. Captains. Oh, don't say. Please be paid. opportunity while we're watching this, catch up on just reading this from my phone. Core card. Why would Bella's damage buff only activate after Sven's? That is actually backward. I apologize if I running Bella's. Personally, I would run Bella first, primarily to get this and damage dealt applied target before. Now I understand people run Sven for. However, if you're gonna run them in, Bella needs to get that 20% to damage taken for 3 seconds. And just a reminder, I'm already going. This increases the target's damage taken. Increase the damage that you deal, damage that they take. Why Bella's buff is Jaden, Robert, Eddie, who all reduce stats, are one thing. Increasing the damage taken by an enemy is a flat 20 on top of everything else. Yeah, Bella is still pretty this alone. Also from Farcar 730. Hi, could you active and passive activate? I may need to go exactly. In fusion. Active skills only go off rage once the rage required for the primary. I say that specific. Rage required of 1200. Everybody, 1000. Once that goes off, exactly 1 second later, the secondary skill goes. Meaning that if you have a main commander who applies a deep buff to the damage, increase the enemy's damage taken, then the secondary command exploit. As for the passive skills, it's really dependent on what verbiage of the skill is, because there are increasing damage when on squads with a shield effect obviously applies when shield is in. But you also have one which adds double quarterback. That can only be triggered once in 2 seconds. Go off every 3 seconds. Once that 3 seconds is over, and then % chance. But buffs and debuffs work on the secondary commander. Wanting the secondary commander to exploit buffs and debuffs, not the other way around. Or I that question properly in the video. Bob's on the run. Run, Bob, run. see the gates to panel here on A. I clicked on it. Captain. Bunch of more. See. I'm sure that my mark will become I'm gonna get in problem. And grab myself. I'm going to put this over on. I'm going to leave this on screen. Head over G6 and see if there's anything. Doesn't look uneven. That makes me still out. Gotta be something on that I can show you all. Leave you hanging. See you coming over. Watch this. And we are back. Sorry, everybody. Glad to go ahead and get a snack while I had a chance. Looks like that little bit of fighting down here. Fun. Take a look at G6 one more time before heading back to my own region. They are building quickly while they still can, but it looks as if they're not building. Back. Did I miss E? Curios? Wait. Powers. I don't know what you were trying to say there, Phoenix. Gotta hold it. Hey, Quinn. How are you doing this evening? Let's see. Ooh, Buffy night. Glad you were enjoying your evening. Got some time to myself. Kiddos being a little reluctant to do their cleaning, but can't win everything, I guess. But I get to start the long stream doing this for the next 5 days. Yeah, it's my once a month gig of, running this event, giving people an opportunity to watch it on something that can actually run it. If I can find lights work. Oh, you're sweet. Chats. doing. It's just kind of got a hand. Azure King. What are we chasing? Dad, Dave. Dave, Dad. Got a little faster about that. Anyways, while I've got 12, are there any questions about the game I haven't answered? I've had a lack of videos going out here lately, and I'll still be questions. Backstory. Jacob or Carrie? Jacob. Ugh. Sorry, you just asked one of the easiest questions I could have answered. Carrie is very neat that he is only designed to take down Thunder. And he doesn't even do that well. Sure, he has solid damage, but he's even squishier than other ranged commanders. His skill damage increase is sketchy. It's powerful, sketchy, because it requires you to hold on to your rage for an extended period of time, and if you know how rage works and how skill damage works, you don't want to do that. I mean, a nice additional bonus damage to siege, but most people who would be running carry are whales. Jacob, on the other hand, is a solid garrison commander while also having fairly decent AoE damage stats. His main skill damage is only for 3 targets, but it's up to 12-5 increases his counter damage, which makes him a bit more survivable in a bit more sustainable in open field. HP buff is guaranteed. You do miss out on the damage if you're not in garrisons. He has an additional damage factor every 8 seconds on the same squads that he's already hit. Plus, has an increase in damage at all points in combat except between 50 and 30%. I would ignore the bottom one for the simple fact that once you get down to 30% squad size, you should be running. But having the additional 16% increased damage is really good. Jacob can be used in the field. He's better on garrison, but can be. Harry is a siege commander who couldn't be used by anyone other than whales. Run him in rallies. Oh, you can catch him. Happy to help, Jay. Head on back to D6. Again, if you all know of any combat going on, I can watch it, analyze it, and all enjoy it together. Uh-oh. There he prepping to I think he wanted to have a bit more fun. John, I think he wanted to have a little bit more fun with his older buddies, because DNTN is pretty much the core of his previous alliance in Region 6. So he went to join them to have some fun this time around, while Boone got easier matchmaking. Yeah, I'm trying to look for, Jamola, I'm trying to look for any regions that have that same situation of two legions heading in the same direction. So far, G3 and G6 have that. I need to start checking that are doing. Faster. Both ways. Crimson. Aged it. Yeah, sadly, Jamal, it appears as haven't moved direction. veteran players tend to know that getting from point A to point B is possible, the better option, because defending is a lot easier than attacking. Oh, I can check this. G4 situation. G4 is pretty laid back. We went west. Crimson is heading south. Basically just bothering each other over building materials. That's all it is. So every now and then we'll have people come across for to try and get it building materials, but that's about it. Right now I'm just trying to see if there's any others that have 2 legions building towards each other. Azure doesn't know where Raid is heading. Yeah, there's really just not an incentive towards to build towards another. Go. Looks as if they're building straight to him. Knock him out. Really not a reason to touch now, because it doesn't open for another 20 hours. So having that is benefit, knocking Golden from the region, if you can. See if they move. Oh, they move. Where's my chips? I need my chips. Oh, I'm just blind. boxes. Yeah, it figures. Well, sometimes it happens that way. Don't be watching my stream just to figure out what we're doing, okay? Hate for you to get an unfair advantage. Anybody else with the... Hope you don't... There's really. Thanks for the heads up on that. They're really taking a beating right now. Let him go. Is that seriously a fight over? A lot. Wondering why he's running. Capitalize. Healing. And Martin. Optimal. Thunder. Martin ends up over. Opinion. But it can work. Igor, I guess is a good way to hide Lee, but people are going to put any, even Daddy Zombie Killer realized that there with a very weak, hitting it fairly well. Elena Catherine optimal. Change that other adding in Bella something. Oh, sorry. I just see the stuttering on the screen now. Islaw is learning really quick that we're not putting too many non-full marches out on the map. Popping. Oh yeah, just sit here and hold him there. Depends on what you're trying to do. Son. Each troop type has its advantages and disadvantages. That's why I feel it's better to focus on troop type over any of the others. If you're going with ranged troops, you want marches like Lewis out on the field, just to try and get as much damage out there as possible. Ranged troops also work best with E marches to have a or something along those lines. Lee does better with ranged troops just because he actually has one of the higher damage outputs. At topping out at 4600 power, he's almost as strong as Lewis is when hitting 5 targets. He just doesn't get the damage buff for only hitting 1 target. And he leads into a lot of good AoE damage dealers for additional damage. Jacob is also for a like a Jacob kind of march. Go that route. If you're going with riders, for power, Bella Elena is hands down probably the strongest, especially if you have someone else to hit with you for the additional flank damage. But a lot of people like to mix that one up, like Bella Sven and Catherine Elena, because mixing those two gives both of them a little bit more survivability. If you're going for speed, however, I would suggest more the Cynthia Bella route. I believe it's the fastest rider march right now. Rider travel speed is 30% increase, doesn't take a travel speed reduction until they take skill damage, which you can hit and run pretty easily. And with the rider talent dealing a bunch more damage for the first 10 seconds, you'll kill a lot of farm troops within those 10 seconds. As for infantry, there's so many options. Infantry can almost be split up into 2 different categories on its own, between actually trying to run a good infantry march as a bigger power person, or running support teams. Infantry can run support teams, support marches with the likes of... Infantry has the ability to hide people like Alex, the Bianca. If you hide them behind bulky infantry units such as Rigoro, Thunder, Tom, no one wants to hit them. So your weaker players could hide good support marches, the support commanders behind these three main commanders, and it'll be hard to find them, and they'll be buffing your entire team. However, if you wanted to run your own units, there's so many different combinations between the likes of Robert, Eddie, Tom, Thunder, Adut, and Rigoro all being good to use infantry commanders. Rigoro is starting to fall off more now that there's better counter damage out there. Just better ways to deal damage than Rigoro can give. However, because he has his shield, he's still useful to like Eddie builds. But personally, I can run them. Personally, I've been trying to shift to a mix of support and damage, where I'll run Thunder, Bianca, and Robert Adut for now. That gives me a buffing tank and a heavy damage dealer. And then I can just run whatever garbage I want to run with it. Or I have troops for filling up rallies. So yeah, it really depends on what troop type you like the most and what you're aiming to do. There's a lot of good options. Have I heard about 2 new infantry heroes coming? I keep hearing rumors about new commanders coming with the new year, but I haven't seen any yet. Oh, there's a developer feedback too. I'll have to make it. Actually, yeah, okay, here it is, actually. Give me just a second. Let me find something while I go over the developer. A lot of good stuff happening right now. I'll keep it trained right here while I read over the developer feedback that just got released. Question 1, updates planned /survivor for the first half of the year. 2 infantry heroes. Powerful infantry heroes will join the game after the next update. Ready to meet them, discover new strategic choices they'll bring to your squad. Expect videos on them as soon as I see them. Pompeii League. 32 of the strongest alliances of Pompeii battling through brutal eliminations and fighting to beat the brand new battlefield map and upgraded gameplay. Changing up Pompeii. And it's going to be league style. So on the battlefield, claim champion. Special crossover. Here for an enigmatic collaboration. Character is coming today, which means probably a mixed commander is going to be dropped along with that. Be my guess. An anniversary celebration. About to celebrate its 1-year global launch anniversary. It's been over a year because I came after the global launch. Don't lie to people. What's going on? Those are the main contents planned for future updates, but it looks like the infantry heroes are going to come with the next update. Question 2, major revamp to alliance system. They plan to do a cross-server alliance system in the next update, which will give commanders more room to cooperate. After the new system launches, players will be able to alliances across servers, participate in cross-server events. However, there will be some restrictions. For example, alliance members in a different region will not be able to help construct watchtowers, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's pretty standard. You can work with other commanders in other regions, you just can't help them out within their region. J, 100%. Focusing on one type of troop is going to make you more powerful than your counterparts, regardless of which one you pick. There is going to be a downside to that, however. For example, I run 100% infantry. I will dump everything else to make my infantry as strong as possible. And I can stand up to low tier T6 troop users who haven't specialized with my infantry. However, basic ranged troops give me all kinds of problems, even in arena. It changes up how I have to play. I can garrison with even some of my stronger alliance mates. I run a rally as a joke. So just there's trade-offs to it. If you run rider or ranged units, then you can run, even as a free-to-play player, you can run pretty solid rallies in those cases. If you're trying to take on like weaker shelters in Dark Seal or something like that, and you tend to have the riders will tend to have the fastest troops on the map. Even with tier 5 units can outspeed most tier 6. Unless, you know, your armament list. However, if you run into an infantry user, you're going to have a bad day. Unless you can run away from them. There's just trade-offs. But focusing on one troop gives you more power than your power would tell people you have. If that makes sense. Back to the developer feedback while this is launching. Top Commander no longer offers leader heroes. Soon launch a series of new events where you have the opportunity to obtain leader heroes. Versions will also add leader armament secret elements. There's only one hero towards the end game that you actually want to get leader gear. That's Vic. So adding too much leader hero armaments is going to be a little bit much. Alliance League is tedious. We have to constantly refresh missions. Better make. Looking to improve it. Plans to include armament information of scouted squads and scout reports. They're listening to suggestions about including armament information in scout reports. That'll be an interesting one to see, because I know a lot of people are confused about where a bulk of people's power is, because there's 120 million players who can hit with the best of them, and there's 200 million players who are 99% troops and no armaments. So this will definitely help determine who's actually strong. Help requests from back alley doctors request and exchange information from Miracles Clog Up chat channel. Yes, we know. Having a dedicated channel might be better. Might be if people paid attention to it. So as far as what people were saying, yes, there is going to be an new infantry commanders after the next update. So as soon as I see their sprites pop up in my shelter, you will get videos of them. You all know me, as soon as I see them, I like to do my first look where I kind of just go through all of their stuff and get a guess as to what I think they'll be used as without reading too much into it. And then you'll get individual videos for each of them. 2 new infantry commanders likely means that I won't get to see them in the next set of infantry, which won't be for another 12 weeks. unless the update drops soon, and they're gonna get added in with Robert and Eddie, which I'm not gonna be against, not at all. If I still have the opportunity to max out Roberts, finish up Eddie, and get 2 new infantry commanders in the process, I'll be happy as hell. A second. Final Fantasy. Trained. Go. I can get behind that. Get him. Oh, that would. You know what? While you all are watching, Jamola, I'm stealing your idea now. But I am going to quote you in it. But I'm putting that in the suggestions in Discord channel. Oh no, believe me, I focused so hard on Raigoro, and I still use him to this day, but I know, and it's the reason why I don't suggest players to completely focus in Raigoro, because Tom is better. And then once you get to Robert and Adut, for damage, you have those options. Thunder is still arguably the best infantry commander in the game. So you have all of these points in Raigoro and Tom that could have been better used in Thunder that you can't use them. And M49 could not get away. matching by now. Rally each other. Really want him to reach out and start some rallies before the night. Despite my desires, I actually still have to go to work tomorrow. Zoom back into that. On that note, yeah, that's the conundrum, isn't it, Jay? Trying to figure out who you're going to focus on largely depends on a couple of things. One, you want two fully awakened heroes. If the answer is yes, then it comes down to what you want those heroes to be able to do. If you want to run Garrison, then making sure that you have Thunder at the very least is a good option. If you want to be good in the field, then having a buffing unit or someone that can do a lot of damage is probably best. If you're not a whale, there's a lot to think about. Like for me, I went with tank and support. So I have the heroes that I have fully maxed out are Rigoro, Tom, Thunder, and I got a Dut with the last infantry set that I did a while back, just so I could deal a little bit more damage. But these three units, a lot of support options, and make me fairly tanky. If you want to deal damage with ranged units, Julia and Lewis is a solid choice. Just know that that's what you'll have to focus on. If you don't have a lot of... Here, I can show you. If you don't have a lot of money, it's best to focus on one troop type. Because I have solid infantry stats thanks to my equipment. I only have parts in my equipment for infantry to make them more viable than otherwise. But I can't bring ranged or rider troops onto the field effectively. At all. I've tried. It sucks. So my ranged and rider troops are specifically for other people's rallies. So sit down, have a conversation with yourself, figure out how you want to play the game. Do you want to help with support? Do you be a tank on the field, garrison commander, or do you like deal damage and run hit and run with riders or just straight damage with ranged units. Once you figure that out, you come ask and I can help you figure out 2 good commanders to focus on, or a set of 4 that you can plateau for a decent amount of usability out of all of them. Because I think I have a video. I mean, I have not updated this yet because I kept hearing rumors that we would be getting new commanders, so I held off on updating it. So I will have to find that video. I know I did one. Cheap but effective legendary heroes. There it is. Yep. Shareable link. We got. Oh, hello, Knight. Oh, it's Jack. Let's see. Taking a look at you. You kind of mix around, but you have better parts in your tree and better refinement. I like the gold backpack. Not a bad choice here. Versatility without really sacrificing too parts for backpack or you look like you much younger. Five? 3. So you being from the 150 kind of puts you. But if you're with friends, you're with friends. And you can probably ask your alliance mate. Same thing. If you want something simple that has a lot more, if you want to choose the troop type that's simple to use, infantry is your best bet. Infantry can do so much without too much investment. It's ridiculous. For example, Tom has a really nice reduces target's damage by 15%, and that's him not being. Sorry, that one is added in. Reduces damage taken by you and nearby allies by 50% for 3 seconds when just the first skill is maxed out. Got Lee with AoE 30% reduction in attack, defense, and HP without much investment. 50 fragments. I think with legendary it's depends on it. Bianca is another good one. Just getting this one is an attack and defense buff of 38% for you and 2 other squads, and restoring rage. Granted, it's a huge buff if it's awakened, but you don't need it. And the video that I put in the chat has what I believe to be the plateaus for all the heroes up to, I want to say Elena and Jonathan. Any of them past that, I haven't updated this video yet, but as soon as the new infantry commanders come out, I will update. I've just been with them because people kept saying they were coming. Nothing. Six. Bless you. Oh, look at him go. Other than Tony, all of them are staying outside territory. Tony's like, I don't care. It's extremely demoralizing to have a bunch of people in your own territory. Happy to help, Jay. Get swarmed. 58 million persons trying to get involved. Ooh, 115 trying to get out here as Tony moves back in. Like, nope. The Dumpling Superman. Dumpling Supperman. My bad. How dare I insult Nacho Libre. How dare I? Tony is a unit. I don't know why every time I read Evil, I keep wanting to read it like Mermaid Man. Wait, what group is Evil a part of? Oh. Evil is from Golden down here, basically performing a Cuban Missile Crisis maneuver. I just want to be a part of it. Don't even go here. I have a lot of feelings. And we're... Why is Golden not building? I don't know if they're participating this time around. They have some lower builds going. I think they were waiting on Crimson to decide which way they were going to go. Because Crimson had an option to go either way. They did not want to run into him. Now Golden can zoom down here. Not like they can't make it to the tower in 19 hours. I'm gonna keep ignoring stupid red light. would say we're kind of just with both of these troops sitting here, we're kind of just watching the grass grow. There's no grass. Nope. Nope. I like how he hopped out just to go after one person. Who? Golden sword. So we can't really get up there effectively. I don't know what the purpose of this group. Yes, I think Tony DNTN. I think I mentioned this earlier. DNTN is Tony's old alliance mates, and I think he just worked out a deal with Boone saying, "Hey, I want to come over here and play with them for this Archipelago Raid." So he sat out of Alliance League and came over here to play Archipelago Raid with his buddies. Evil just say hi. MD71 is fighting Evil on someone else's territory. This is amazing. Z, I do wish the map was forced legions to build into each other. Only problem I have with that is if that option, you would need to have a way for those shelters or those legions to teleport so that they could be working with different legions by the end of it. Because say if you made this kind of like an I shape, like eliminate it, start both alliances, and I want to explain. Practical sandbox. Say we removed this bottom section and the top section, and instead had people start in these four corners, had to build to the center here and then crossed. If these two legions fought each other, then had to build to the center, that would be counterproductive for these two to fight at all. Like, just give one and then work to the center and figure it out later. What they could do, as I was thinking about this earlier, have these two alliances fight each other. The loser from this side pairs with the winner from this side, and then they work to the center. That way, there's incentive for one side to completely destroy the other to make whoever wins on this side have a weak partner. Does that make sense? Because say for example, northwest fought southwest and completely destroyed southwest, and then northeast won their fight. They would have to work towards the center with a complete dead ally. But if they didn't destroy southeast, these two could work together against the... Just a thought. And it wouldn't, and considering they give people the ability to like port into new maps all the time anyway, wouldn't be much to, once the fighting is over, have the opportunity for all Legion randomly port to their Legion headquarters, their new Legion headquarters, at the end of the third day, and just start from there. You get 24 hours. If your shelter is still in enemy territory after 24 hours, you're screwed. Hours. But yeah, that was the idea that I came up with for having the fighting actually be prolonged. Give incentive to completely destroy your enemy at every point, which I know people aren't going to like. It's very possible, but that's actually going to create a much harder algorithm system to work with. I imagine that's actually going to cause more problems for matchmaking than it solves. Actually, I'll probably... No, don't kill Santa. Yeah, it was in the developer feedback. I'll read it over again. You can find it in the main channel for feedback. They dropped developer feedback 2 this morning at 5:16. But yes, question 2. Plan to introduce a cross-server alliance system in the next update, which will give commanders more room to cooperate and compete. Actually, this particular... I can see. I know how to do that. Personally, I've seen some people do it. I honestly can't figure out how they did it. I can even... Okay, that's the best I can. Sometimes it works out, some. No, I actually didn't cover this one in a video yet. I covered the first development. I kind of just talked over, and I'll make a video. Try and get a video, because this also talked about the new infantry heroes that are coming out. Wait for the next update. Once I see those new heroes, I'll get to update my cheap but effective legendary hero. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of bigger players do that movement. I have no idea how to. Dive. They building towards each other. Oop. Tony's just sitting outside of this place. Nah, you're not allowed to do anything. You have a good night, Quinn. Appreciate you joining the stream. I wonder if there's a setting for. Oh, you're really gonna kill a man while he's killing zombies? Oh, he baited you. Oh, he baited you hard. Really touched your no-no square. Tony coming down to say hi to enemy in front. No. Shesh is out now. Nope, 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 nope. Tony's just violating King Boji. I thought they were hitting his shelter at first. It can happen when the target you're focusing on is moving, if that. And then just stops. That's a possibility, I guess. Because then those players will stop and then be all on top of each other. Hard to tell what they've brought to the field. Means you can't scout more than one at a time. Hard to see what commanders that they're running, even could see. I'm gonna dance around. At this point, it seems like it's just waiting out materials for them. So, but I will sit down and focus on this. You all can watch it. I need to get myself something to drink if I'm going to be watching this for a little bit longer. I'll mute my microphone and you all enjoy Tony messing with people. I'll be right back. Just to give you all a heads up, I am required to make my wife ramen, so I will be back in approximately 5 minutes. I will keep the camera here in our current building. Okay, I have returned, and it doesn't look like rallies have launched yet. Still waiting for another 4 minutes on this. Our next TC should be infantry. I think we've already had our 2 riders. I hope my timing's not. Still playing that. Trying to push him back from it, we'll be able to get rallies going. Where I end up. Chat back. For the sake of my sanity, Jamola, I hope you are wrong. I have waited, because like I was saying in the developer feedback video, we had set of ranged units. Then we got the mixed troop units. Then after that point, I moved from Region 6 to Region 164. After that, they picked up I think they picked up a rider set and a ranged set of heroes only for the new top commander setup to start, which didn't include infantry for the first 8 weeks. I've gone a long time without updating a lot of my stuff. Teleporting Tony. I knew that was going to be Tony right there. And Tony, don't hit evil. They're on your side. I bet you rallies have already debating whether rally it. Evil's coming. Help cover the feet. Jason. Here to be any. No, evil. Golden. Okay, Tony's just. Yep, they've already started rallies. Tony's gonna launch a pretty decent. Out here. I love the Thunder Beyond. Bomb on the field. Dying. I'm wondering what I haven't sat down and actually calculated it all out. I have my calculator. I want to watch that launch. Tony was just there holding them back. Evil's got some. Tony's power. Yeah. Couple people. Give them over there. Tony with Ella Sven. Ellie. Already. Against a commander he knows he can beat. Definitely helps knowing that you can in a one-on-one fight against Garrison captain that you're trying to beat. Is under good, which is not good. rallies. Lewis. Tower's not. I've expected a third rally just to help finish it off. Look at how long Thunder's being held there because the sheer amount of can't heal. He literally cannot heal. Oh, he got one. Down 1 second in that long stretch of time. Can definitely. This is crazy. The fact that you can stun lock this amount of time and they're gonna keep trying to fill. Tony's not gonna stop. The Lewis rally, but Tony running his own Julia Lewis. It's stun locking Thunder for so long. Almost 6 seconds. It's not consistent because it has to line up properly. I could have swore one got to 10 seconds. Let him go. Ellis Fen rally still. I really would like to see. Oh, no, there is one. Oh. That's the counter rally from Olympic. Trying to get a little bit more AoE.
monster.
Homebug. Okay. I'm gonna try to approach this objectively. There's a reason I don't have him. Technically speaking, the person that said it is correct. And because when he uses his rage skill, if the target is a rally squad, target's HP is reduced by 20% and counter damage is reduced by 15%. It works. He's not good. When you defeat squads, recover your own HP for 11,200. Effect triggered at most 30 seconds. Every 20 seconds inflicts that much damage on a random target. Technically, that works on Garrison. If in Alliance territory, which Garrison counts, cause additional damage to the enemy, basic attack has a 20% chance to reduce shield damage by 5%. Rider squad attack increases by 25% when remaining troops fall below 30%. Squad attack increases by 20%. Technically speaking, all of his skills work on Garrison. He is not a good Garrison. I mean, it's interesting that somebody thought of it that way, because technically speaking, his target would be a rally squad, especially if it's the primary one being hit. Still going. But yeah, I can see why he got flamed, because all of the Johns in this game so far are not good. But I'll be honest, I hadn't even thought of that. But as soon as you said it, I'm like, he works as a counter rally. What is a Garrison but something that goes against a rally? But you know what? That is going to make me put in a Rider Garrison in my armament spreadsheet just for giggle. That way you can say, hey, if you have a Rider specific commander and you need something that, you know, deal damage and stuff for your Rider commanders, or for your Rider Garrison, you could throw him in there and be okay. Need to run some. Mass did get a rally out. Can't keep solid trades if Thunder can't heal. And look at it, it's like 9 seconds. Almost got to 10. Almost got to 10. I wish I could have this. Shun Lewis counter rally. Especially when your enemy has field control and just swarm it to death. Alright. See, in situations like this, where your enemy has field control and you're just trying to get them off the field, I can understand wanting to run an Adut Lewis infantry rally. And because you're thinking AoE from Lewis, that's gotta hit pretty hard, right? Not in this case. You're dealing with enemies that have no problem swarming down to nothing. And if Lewis can only hit 5 of those targets, but getting hit by 10, what's the use in that? What you want is something that has a high amount of counter damage that can still be effective on the field. What I would like to run in action is maybe that Raigoro Eddie pairing that is highly defensible, has great shields, can run that HP debuff from Raigoro and from Eddie effectively, as well as have over 50% counter damage at any given time during combat. Because when what you're dealing is primarily counter damage from being swarmed, you want it to hurt. Careful to look at. They're still trying. Not like it takes. What are you agreeing with, John? I just want to make sure that the counter damage. HOFK is trying to get something on the field that can hit, and that Adut Lewis was not a bad idea. It's just not going to do well against these players who have no problem losing their troops to a rally. They don't care. Now, they would still swarm down a Raigoro Eddie. It would just hurt. I wish I could look at the heroes right now, but this is close to dying. And Thunder can't keep up with all the skill. I just watched 150,000 troops die in seconds there. Yeah, you can't bring Bellasfen, maybe. It's still going to die, but at least Sven's got tankiness. That Chun Lewis, this rally right here doesn't stand a chance. Hell, Tony pulled away his troops just to get more points killing this dang thing. Never stood it. It off. 30, 30, 30, 25, 40, 11. Skill damage. But 10,000 basic. It's taking 10,000. The primary commander. I was gonna say the primary commander just left. Oh no. Throwing garbage at. This Hofgate hitting a rally. I will probably stay for the burning of this tower. Watch this finish out. If I get that report from Tony, I'll go over that report, and then that'll be it for the night. That'll be close to 4 hours of streaming for me, and or try to. I like seeing Thunder Beyond. They're just trying to keep it steadily alive, but damage. Thunder's currently only able to keep off about 25,000 at a time, if his heal even gets off. And the marches around him are able to do more than that per skill damage. Yeah, I would have given up on this a long time ago. If Azure Legion has enough to work with after this, I will be. But it seems like their bigger players already given up. I haven't seen Soan put additional troops in there, and he appears to have already backed up. Sesh is gone. I don't see counter rallies. I can't tell if they're full mark. That is accomplishing nothing, especially when you're the tank. You get a bit better off trying to hit Tony. Ooh, Elvis has a Sven Lee. Sorry, not Bella Lee. When you're desperate to try things out. Does Bella increase damage on a particular target? Sure. Bella and Lee synergize together at all. You want two commanders that accent powers. And Bella is a single target damage buffer and very powerful rider commander. Lee is a mixed commander with AoE damage and a debuff of his own. Neither can capitalize on the other ones effectively without losing their own. Still going. An interesting. Running a thunder of a firepower that in a tower doesn't count as on the map. Attack power. Same way shelter doesn't on the map. Yeah, look at him. Something like 4, 5 seconds. 1. Got it off. 3. Yeah, the Adut secondary is probably what's killing him. Eddie, Lewis, Tom. Tom might be good here simply because there's probably a lot of Layla. But Adut's not it. Oh yeah, now that you say that, yeah. Having additional rage generation doesn't really help if you can't get the skill off. So yeah, I have a feeling we're gonna need to test that theory. So we need to talk to Free about making sure that if we have that backup counter rally, that counter garrison as needed. Because if we run a Thunder Lewis that focuses on skill activations and we can't get it off, we need to have something on standby that can deal the additional damage. Nope. If I had to guess, according to the numbers, he continues to stack rage. I'm not seeing 2 skill activations at a time. I'm only seeing the 1, even on the long ones. That goes off, and he's back at 0. I'm not seeing a second activate. It just sits at 100%. He's probably continuing to stack rage, but because he's silenced, it can't activate. I think the only person that could benefit from that situation, the only commander that could benefit from that situation is Carry. No one wants to run Carry. Watching that thing stay full for so long. I swear to God, Tony and Anne-Marie, you two better not give up on this. We're right there. This may be a Thunder Eddie AR for us. If the enemy watches this and sees how well Julia shuts down Thunder, we may need to keep Eddie in our back pocket for that. So, I need to be online for Garrison so that I can help you switch out. It does make me wonder if Raigoro Eddie might be solid. Just to get another 20%, no, 30%. True, but if you've seen Z operate, 90% of him on Garrison is kicking troops out that aren't infantry. It's to the point where it would be helpful to have somebody else control who's the garrison captains so you could focus on that. But believe me, when infantry guard is as good as it is, all of the stats that Z's Thunder has are as good as they are. Running anything other than infantry might as well be a death sentence. What do they got up here? Counter rally that's getting armed to hell. Oh, 100%. If we got swarmed like that, we would need to guarantee that we have the all infantry in the tower, or we automatically lose that counter buff. If we lose the tower, but never lose the infantry buff, it means our trades are better than we would have been. I would rather lose the tower and keep infantry than keep the tower and have garbage. Like, personally, I don't know how Z feels about this, but personally, this rally wouldn't have lasted this long. As much as we would have wanted to keep it, as much as we would have wanted to keep this tower, we might as well have given up on the rest of Archipelago Raid to hold this. Here, hold on a second. I'll put this in. Still going. He was like, nope. If we could keep only infantry in the tower and run it this well, then sure, but we would be doing a lot better on trades. Just because of the sheer skill damage that it's taking alone, it's not doing. And they got a third rally on it again from Mass. Although running an Adut Thunder now is kind of pointless. Going. You're kidding me. Evil is coming in to try and clear the field. Rise pulled a rally out of their ass from across the map for this. Here, I need you to understand where they came from. Evil marched from here. I'm gonna see if I can find the exact shelter that it came from. But yeah, it came from all the way over here. Now it's just absolute. Rise is getting swarmed down. Yeah, isn't that right? Rise coming from across the map to run a counter rally. How do you even have enemies at that point if you have friends that are willing to cross the map? I wish I could see how long it's going to take them to get back. I wish I knew. Evil's captain's got 4 other marches. Problem throwing at him until they die. Yeah, Tony will 100% back him up. Swarm down this thing. As soon as Tony realized, got him to take the bait. Nope. Watch Tony back. Tony's backing them up by himself. Nope, nope. I wanted smoke. I did not want the whole damn fire. Wish I could scout this. Really wish I could. During this process, I didn't. They are building towers down here, which HOFK is trying to get rid of. This is insane that all of this is happening on day 1. You're like, nope, I don't want to deal with Tony anymore. Still holding. Can't. I would not be surprised if the Thunder Adut itself had maybe 10 troops left. Although I think I've seen Z's rally captain go down to 0 and it's still hold. Streaming this for 4 hours. JFK is getting out. Oh, hey, look at this. We got Theo March in here. Theo Jaden March. Gotta love mass deploy not being. Olympic is trying his. Got Lisa. Oh, sorry. Kuga here with a offensive. I'm curious if there's another rally coming across the map. Come on, it's just the last little sliver. Two mass rallies came and went. I was gonna say, did Tony cancel his? Elvis, honestly, I know this is mostly a distraction. Credit. The Adut Lewis positioning really good. It somehow finds its way like the best possible spot. The Chun Lewis right here in a really good spot for hitting all of Tony's marches, still focusing on hitting that Julia Lewis rally. However, because it's a Chun Lewis, it can't take a hit. It's like they're focusing on making sure that this tower does. On 4,000. Thunder's down to healing for a whopping 3,500 at a time. Oh, Julia's far better than Chun. Chun hits harder. As far as single and two target damage, I think she actually tops the chart. Maybe Elena is better at single target. However, that trade-off comes with absolutely no survivability to speak of. She has ranged attack power, she has skill damage buffs, she comes with a little bit of rage generation and a silence and massive skill damage. That's it. Julia gives solid skill damage, great overall ranged buffs, a very handy defensive skill in negating damage buffs acquired by the enemy, and a very, very consistent silence. The enemy can't kill you if they hit you. Dead set. Just barely got in there. I was thinking. Need to counter rally this. It switched it to KGT Thunder Lewis. Had a strong enough. Oh, that's actually could manage it. They got it. Look at him go. Immediately maintained it. Yeah, I know. I didn't see an Eddie rally from them at all, and honestly, it should have been there. It should have been there. Okay. First of all, I want to point out that it was a 45-minute rally. Oh. Wow. Yes, this is the report from Captain. The rally itself was a 1-6 grade on that Thunder Adut. 23 million lightly wounded. 1.4 million deaths on 2.8 million heavily wounded. Deaths and heavily wounded, minimal. Comparatively. Now, Olympic was able to get a couple of... Oh, sure. Go over this. As far as the armament stars themselves, they're fairly even. If Cap is actually making 3-4 on his base equipment, 3. So actually, Black Ghost has more stars on his base equipment, but it's about even. Take a look. Got a red squad lethality, full rally, squad attack and block, basic damage, really nice. Nothing wasted there. Really good rider squad lethality, rally counter damage. Ooh, this one's nice. Rally squad defense, squad lethality, squad attack. Probably could get rid of this because it's red, it's gonna be hard to beat anyway. And you've got rally skill damage. He didn't focus a lot of skill damage. But with Bella and Sven dealing as much regular damage as they are, I guess it doesn't matter. Squad travel speed would probably be out if they were going to keep it on rallies. Squad defense, rider squad defense. Squad attack, this would actually be out. Nothing wrong here. And because these are devices, they have the same rule. So damage reduction, I didn't realize that was a possibility. Squad defense is a squad lethality is really. Then you've got regular squad lethality and rider squad lethality. These are over here. We have rally attack. Here's our very first one we find. Here's a mistake. Harrison attack damage. A couple of gold squads that get rid of. Gold squad that could get rid of. Rally attack. So there's already 6% in stats messed up. Another 4, so almost over 10% in stats messed up right now. Garrison fine, and squad attack could be ranged squad block. and rallies. So again, we're closing in on almost 15-16% in stats that are messed up. Rider squad attack, rally attack. So over 20% worth of stats that were messed up by the armament here that probably made a significant how that fight went out. Now, as far as the counter rallies are, those I want to see as well. The counter rallies themselves were able to deal a significant amount of damage. However, once they were seen, swarmed down, they did not last. Captain Tony probably has all the reports from him swarming down rallies himself. The sooner they swarmed it, better. This one lasted up for way too long. As soon as they got to this one, here's a Dut Chun that didn't last. A Dut Raigoro was an interesting. Chun Lewis was hitting something else and its skill damage Tony, but not a significant amount of damage. Dut Lewis again doing fairly well. It's just everything else that was hitting it causing the problem. Evil was trying to swarm, kill off its own troops. I could go down this for another 10-15 minutes. It's going to be the same thing with that Bellis Fen rally being able to deal a amount of damage without taking too much in the process. And they're already working on hitting it again. So if you would like to watch this for another hour, you all are more than welcome to. However, I am done for the night. This has been a wonderful evening with you all, streaming this for the last 4 hours. And hopefully you all have some enjoyment watching on with this mess. But that's going to be it. If you have any questions for me, please reach out to me in game or on Discord. I'm doing my best to answer those questions. If you all would like a different change in background music, because if you hadn't noticed, I was playing either Final Fantasy original soundtrack or the Chrono Trigger original soundtrack. But I can change it to something else. But otherwise, with that, this is Mr. Brain, Friendly Neighborhood Gaming Dad, signing off.